Good morning or evening. I am your host. So, this Capricornus Andromeda. Or just, So, for convenience sake, yes, it is I, returning for you once again. Ignore the fact that I'm not even close to being set up. I was asleep before this. My sleep schedule's been a little off. We don't blame anyone. There's no one person in particular who is to blame. So, you get the exclusive setting up with Soulstream. It'll take. Don't worry, since I have the models built, it will only. I promise you, it will not take as long as It will not take as long as it took me to set up to as it did to get the fucking lizard guys built last time. We're just and welcome in Dread Overhealing, Vista, Travis. You said you're paying your favorites. Technically, yes. On a broad sense, yes. I didn't do any paint stripping today. I really should have, because we could have painted my favorite miniature. Of course, that being Space Marine attack bike with sidecar. With heavy weapon sidecar. The greatest miniature ever made. Look, it's one of the first things I ever painted. It is some real thin your paints compilation type, like canvas acrylic on miniature, unprimed. It's some real the giant tank. We do have. I can show off some of these Horus Heresy miniatures because I don't know what it is that's that's that much different between the two aesthetics of 40k and 30k. But god, dude, this 30k looks so fucking clean. Yeah, let me move this out of the way. Let me start getting set up here. Anyway, how have your night today's been going? Oh, and I did finish more of my captain, so we have a nice clean basis to go off of. Let me move my drawing tablet completely out of the way. I'm doing good. Well, good to hear. Of course, I feel a bit productive. You know, after the Dark Souls stream yesterday, I went and did a little bit more soul grinding, just to have it. I got all the Hide Knight armor. Weirdly enough, not as good as I thought it was. And then redacted the rat, so we don't have to worry about the rat. You may be wondering, so what the fuck do you mean by redacted? Don't worry about it. I used my hammer redacting and redacted the... No, if you use a Great Shield and then the Satinir Spear, it becomes a joke. Because he can't knock over the Great Shield. So once I had so it was just get to that 30 strength, and then Great Shield, Satinir Spear. Because there's also power stancing some spears in Dark Souls 2. But you can't power stance the Satinir Spear like this. How the fuck did I fix this to my desk last time? Jesus Christ. I can't do this. Stupid. I don't remember how I did this. I hope it was like this. You cut them for the street. The rats were not worth your time. The Royal Rat Authority was not worth your time. Do not worry, the Royal Rat Vanguard is still on the table. Also, marking summits, this is the first time I have Chug Jug with ice. It is hot, and it will only get hotter. Ugh. Anyway, our paints and shit should be easy this time, because we're not going too crazy with it. Let me grab all those. Grab some more. Grab a Heresy Horus Marine. Those are wet palette, other things. I can yell at you. You can't see me move, but I can still yell at you. Move this. There. You didn't kill that rat on camera. That one specific rat. Of all of the rats. Don't worry, I'm still. Might have to make 2 trips and also didn't pay attention to what colors I grabbed, so I think I grabbed all the wrong ones. I didn't pay attention. I grabbed a brown. I don't even think I fucking used it. Give me a sec. Put that on my new corpus. Now the review. Some angel green in that, and then the paint brush is. My mouse is running out of room here. Black. Ah. Perfect. Honestly, cleanest setup. Clean as can be. Like and fucking subscribe. Check this shit out. Ignore that. Ignore my friend spinning gear. It's not the janky setup anymore. The phone thing is still janky, but where things are placed isn't as janky. It's still the age-old, like, Five Below phone snake from some gift at some point. You won't actually... No, I will absolutely hit the stand. Are you kidding me? It's me we're talking about. Well, my water's still hot. I want to dice off some of my brushes here while the water's still hot. Or anything else. I am fucking flinging water everywhere. It has touched my homework book. How else was I supposed to know about Hamas? How else am I supposed to know about Mao Zedong now? I only have 8 weeks to learn this. I say homework book like it isn't all online. I don't know, I'm just used to saying it like that. I'm old-fashioned, what can I say? Alright. Let's go. Didn't we have a whole bunch of setup in the first stream? We're doing objectively better. Where's my cable at? Oh, shit. What they zerken they zoing. Give me 1 second. Ooh, phone cable just made a snapping sound. How is this in worse shape than before? You know what? I have a thing that sits in my ring light that's a phone bit, because it's one of those. Where it's like made for phone things. I don't know where it is, though, and I'm thinking it was probably in the same area as this gaudy snake thing that I'm using. Is the Grem still there? Of course the Grem is still there. Mostly because where else would I put it? It's a Grem. Where else would the Grem go? And if I could get this fucking snake. Ah. Yeah, I switched to the screen where I'm smaller because I thought we were ready. Seems the phone snake had other plans. My desk just crack. This shit's metal. What could possibly be cracking? This shit's metal. This phone snake is made of very breakable resources. Oh shit, I made an echo now. Whoopsies. That is on me. Grip it somewhere where it's not gonna turn off the fuck. I see why I didn't want to do another one of these. This shit's so ass. Oh my god. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna see if I can find the other thing that the phone can sit. This is... Is it a Velcro phone city anything? Or is this missing all the pieces? It looks like it screws in, but I think it's a... Oh my god, it's a sticky phone thing. No. Is it? What am I holding? It's a sticky something. It's something... It screws in and sticks to one side. I think it's a sticky phone thing. Yeah, this shit's stupid. The dumbest shit I've ever dealt with. Put a USB-C in there, USB-C here. That works, at least. Like a rescale stamp. The thing's like 10 years. This phone snake's like a decade old. It's older than half my audience. It's older than the entire Has-Been Hotel fandom combined. I had to think of something I wasn't making fun of. The... Older than the digital circus. Oh shit, did I just turn off the phone? See, now my fan is fucking blazing so much that it's... Let's see how bad. Ugh. It's unworkable. Truly. Unfucking believable, this thing. Shit. The fuck was that? Can I compress? God, for how dense this metal wire is, it sure does not do a great job holding up a fucking 3-gram phone. What happened? The thing broke. Phone snake, my beloved. It's now taking video. How the fuck did we do this last time? Jesus Christ, it sucks. The worst. No wonder I didn't want to do another one of these at the time. We're like 90% there. Just straighten out, please. Fuck, it's recording another video. This is all going on my cloud. No. Ooh. 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 That might be what we like to see. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Fuck, do I need the other phone cord? Really? You're being this pedantic about cords. It can't be the USB-C one, it's gotta be USB... It's gotta be USB one, and then I fucking hit it with my knee and it all falls over. I gotta go grab another goddamn cord. Ha! Victory! Victory for Solace, Capricornus, Andromeda! Not a great view, but we'll work with it. It's not a great view, but I'm also not a high-budget VTuber. Oh yeah? Chat? Just move over here in case it flips around on me. Hell yeah. just move over here in case there's a problem. Where's my wrist thing? In case it's Solace, Capricornus, Andromeda. Alright. So, active... 10 seconds. So, actively, I'm still working on... this Gazabongo. How did we have the light last time where it was like way super good and clear? How did we do that? We used this guy with the plasma gun as a reference because he's the only guy I got painted like how I want. Is that a blue boy I see? Not quite, but welcome in, Johnny Noble. We're not doing quite ultramarine, but we are doing blue since I am a blue boy. We're doing blue boys with white torsos, so we're basically catfishing you. With white torsos and forelimbs. If I can get the camera to fucking focus for a second, this would be a little easier. Hold on, my arm's in the way. Oh. Whoa. World leaders. Nah, I was just painting something aquatic. I don't think it's a real chapter, but I remember I was just scrolling through like weird chapters, and I can find one. I found one image of the weirdest. It was called. It's most certainly homebrew chapter, but it was on just like one of those like stock Space Marine standing things. It was called Hydro Knights. It is not, no fucking shot was it ever real. But use my glove. It does make for some interesting looking water marines, which we're still working on this one. This one's not done. This is my personal one. Because today we're working on this one. Heresy Marines out. Yeah. Something about the Heresy designs, I just love them so much. So I'm absolutely... I have a bunch of previously high school, not college associates who are into it, so I'll absolutely be proxying these as something. Who knows? Because they're not the height of, they're not tactical squad size. I've lined them up. They're not tactical. Because I opened the box, realizing that these guys are not squat marines from the previous, editions. Yeah, what the fuck was the way we had the light where it was super good? I'm trying to... Sorry, I'm trying to, like... let's put the Grem on screen. Yeah, give me a second, my arm is in the way. Let's try, like, make it not as strong, maybe? That's better. Yeah, it's just not focusing. Which, I mean, fuck this camera phone thing I'm using, because they advertised how good it was, the camera also. You got his DMK6 tactical rates, those are the newer. Yeah, this is true scale, am I not wrong? Because they're almost the height of Primaris, but not quite there. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but these are true scale compared to... what we were originally going to paint today was going to be my favorite miniature of all time. The fucking 2006 attack bike with sidecar. The Mark 7 version. Your scale uses the Imperial Guard model as the standard height of humans. Oh, shit. Updated scope space. I like this scale, though. I think this is a good, like... The squat marines were not my favorite thing in the world. Am I missing a piece? Sponge. That's what I'm missing. sponge. Throwing things in this very narrow camera is very funny to me. And also for Blister. There you go. He's back, as per usual. As per usual, my desk fidget toy, the GG Marine thing. From the very prestigious owner of the GG Marine fan club. Or whatever the... It was something like that, I don't know. For participating in his game of puzzles. Grim man. Alright, let's get started. With our amalgam, really, of God's gift to mankind. I'm not sure which god, but definitely a gift. He's a Zeech agent. Let's see. So to start here for basing, we got some nice... Just reach in front of the camera real quick, don't mind me. Move these out of the way so just to give some more room. Now my brush. Get some nice Maycrag blue and Nagroth Knight. Don't worry, this isn't going to be like the lizard men we painted last time. Where, also the Fang for the, like, 4 limbs that are gray. So we're rocking both the Ultramarines main color and the fucking, Space Wolf. Just a bloody amalgamation of garbage. First, though, we're going to paint over these sprue marks, because I've been priming them on the sprue. Just for tomfoolery's sake. I don't actually know why, but I started doing that. It's like, life is worth living again. Exactly how she said to Crody. God damn it. This is what I get for using glue that was like 1,000,000 years old. That was from pre-pandemic glue. This is what I get. At least it makes painting the torso easier. Wait a minute, using super glue, plastic glue. Plastic glue. Citadel branded plastic glue because it's the greatest thing I've ever used. I know people use like that paste stuff sometimes. But the Citadel plastic glue is so peak. This is some shitty lighting. The contact points first. Yeah, I thought I did. It's fine though. Again, if anything, it'll just make it easier to paint the torso. Hold on, maybe I have sandpaper here, but I would like a knife. Well, this part of the chest can be a pain. I don't know why they... So, as a form... In high school, I played the Tyranids. All the way up until right before Leviathan. I'm gonna grab a knife. I'll keep talking, though, as I'm walking. So I played Tyranids all the way up until almost Leviathan. And one of the things that was infinitely worse than when I played Space Marines from, like, middle school of freshman year. Blood Angels, to be specific. Was that the bolters are not nearly as bad as the Tyranids slouched over hugging their bug rifles. It is the stupidest, most awful. Those things were all sitting in the same pose. Their molds were ass old. There's... Yeah, this stuff. I still have so many. There was that. Do you remember that Combat Patrol? It was the last Tyranid box I got, other than the Parasite of Mortek, or whatever that bullshit was. Because my army mostly was the start collecting, the original start collecting, and then the original Combat Patrol. But that Combat Patrol was like 50 fucking miniatures. Because it was like three Termagant squads. There's some bullshit like that. It was like... Those boxes were a good deal. Yeah, I'm so upset the new, like, boarding patrol shit is such a scam. Because, so for reference, the Tyranid boarding patrol has no infantry. And it's $170. It has no fucking infantry. It's the Horde army, and you took out the Horde. And shitification comes for all. Yeah, it's like, it's the shrinkflation thing. It gets you. They took basically the idea of the start collecting and said, we can do this differently. Because the start collecting, for what it's worth, also didn't have infantry. However, it was $90 and had a and it also had a Broodlord and a Tyranid and a Trigon. Which the Trigon itself was 80. So 90 for a start collecting is not bad. It Termagants in the boxes for a while, so if you were avid collecting and shifting up on the box, you could start. And also with Leviathan too, the Termagants, the new Termagants in those boxes. I always took it as like they beefed up Terminids, or Termagants? Terminids, I keep saying fucking Termagants. I haven't played Helldivers in forever because I realized that they started updating the game in favor of the enemies. Helldivers player confirmed. Look, I'll tell you what, I was a level... when I started playing that game, I was a level 25 Super Sheriff. Because it's the only war bond I ever was able to get. Start collecting. Here's one small guy, $500. There's some real bad start collecting. I think AdMech might still have it the worst. Although, they don't have the shame of having the Grey Knight start collecting, where every Grey Knight model's from the fucking 80s. Every Grey Knight model looks so stupid. They got the weird baby carriage mech. I wish they were cool. I wish they were as cool as Game Workshop said they were. You updating the baby carrier to have a new weapon. They literally look like it was really slapped. It's such a stupid model. One of the only times I played it was I was doing Tyranids versus Grey Knights. And that fucking baby carriage model is so fucking... I got my ass kicked because Grey Knights are so goddamn strong, regardless of how stupid they look. And I didn't know what I was doing, because I was so, like... I was playing fucking bright pink ass, like... Playing the nail polish of Tyranids was what my army was. Still paying for their absolutely atrocious good codex they had in 5th edition when they got their army update back then. Yeah, I don't even know what the meta still is. Other than I know apparently Deathwatch, for some reason, has a really, really good tournament record right now. One of my buddies was telling me that when he was buying World Eaters. I went with him to a local store to get some World Eaters. And he's just, he's like, Yeah, Death Watch has won the most tournaments since in this current like run. It's like, what the fuck? Who's playing Death? First off, who's playing Death Watch? Second off, what? Like then it's like, okay, deploy Grey Knights. I shoot you, you win. Yeah, just casual fucking vortex bullshit radius nonsense. I'm gonna put 20 tanks in my team. There's a video. I love that guy who fucking plays 36 Centurions. who goes to an official tournament with 36 Centurions. Which, if you didn't know, are effectively box garbage. Like they're these weird, they look like the Lego mechs that they've been making for Marvel stuff recently. I don't know if you've ever seen the Thanos Lego mech for like 4 and up, for like little kids. That's what Centurions look like. There's a chat for doing that. That dude, and then back in the day, there was the guy who brought 300 fucking peasants for Astra Militarum. Dude, this is the dude that brought 300 fucking what are they called, dude? Yeah, conscripts. The 300 conscript. Yeah, half your army runs away turn 1. That lets you send in more conscript. It's like it's that fucking image of Thrag with all the all the purple Viltrumites. Oh my conscripts. Lay waste to his empire. Oh my god. Alright, that should be good on that. Just making sure. Put real close up to my terrible eyesight. I have really bad eyesight. Just bear with me. I don't know if you can tell from my three lensed glasses. No more prisoners to send. No, we'll accuse some more. Our chat message is getting errored. Are they? Oh shit. Yeah, do I need to fix something? Am I? Is my camera connected to a? I was gonna say, it could very well be that my camera's eating up the cellular. Because this is just a Google Pixel 6. Affixed in front of me. On a phone snake. Let me move the light a little bit. So it seemed to be. Oh, Chad, do you know what might? You know what might help the lighting situation? Hold on. Oh, I gotta open the Steel series though. It's. Oh my check. Here, I know it will help fix the lighting. I forgot my computer could do that. Yeah, the fucking default was. The default was this for this and the keyboard. When you finish setting up the computer, it started having a party time. What is the purpose for that? I don't know. Look, I didn't buy the computer for how well it glowed. I bought the laptop for it being what's gonna last me until the end, until I get my degree. Rainbow's dopamine, no buyer's remorse. Yeah, I will say this laptop costs about half as much as my car did. Granted, my car I got for very cheap in car standards. However, oh, the mic doesn't pick it up. I was about to say we'd have some paint shaking ASMR. You were gonna let me forget. You were gonna let me forget, Chad, about the one thing that will make painting so the one thing that we can't paint without, really. It's so quintessential. The bowling pin. the little garbage-ass bowling pin thing you can slot the miniature in. This thing's hilarious. They make like 100mm base versions of them. Of these things. Oh yes, not the butt part. Look, all I'm saying is you buy the dreadnought-sized one. The fucking dreadnought-sized one of these is what a joke. Let's just do... We can't... I've been experimenting with some, like, really oxidized metal for our water troopers. So I'm thinking we can do this stud shoulder. Also kind of like that. Alright, have a wonderful rest of your night or day. It's a pleasure to see you. We stream every week. At least try to. I think of him. And thank you for stopping by. Sorry. But the sponge does basically is it can't get into some of these things, some of these areas. It acts as like a good sort of starting highlights. You know what I'm saying? Now there's no one who knows what they're talking. There's no one who knows what I'm talking about. Yes, you're on your own now. It's weird, like, I can see the model perfectly, it's just the camera doesn't like it. The camera fucking hates it. But we need the ring light for me. Because well, me... Solace, Capricornus, Andromeda. It's not, the lighting is not that bad just from looking at it with my human eyes. My muzzle eyes do not see too much of an issue. Alright though, let's get some purple on there. Actually, no, let's not get some purple on there. Let's get some light. Get some light-ass McCrag blue on there. So what we want is some very unnatural lighting. Get some... Probably just pre-shake all of these. Well, you don't really need all that many. We only need like 5. Get some Corax white. Put it on our very off-camera wet palette. Because what I think the phone wants is the light behind it. But if the light's behind it, then it's not, then the model can't track to it. We really are just in a conundrum of can't do this, can't do. Plus, if the lighting's behind the camera, then I'd be holding it. Like there's nothing behind the camera. There's no room. The camera's in front of me. Maybe a new angle. Did you not see how much struggle we had getting this thing up and running in the first place? It was not to my fault here. This. That. I know, I'm not using a bendy lamp. This is a ring light. That's why every stream I'm complaining about tripod legs. Face the light. Like that. I eat the broken light. I wish, because then I wouldn't have to deal with it anymore. If part of that deal was that I got a new light, absolutely. There. So what this basically is just rough sketching out where the light's going to be the strongest at. It's funny how pale both McCrag Blue and the Fang are in person, but then when you get on the camera, it's so fucking bright. Just a little bit on his bald ass head. He's so bald, but he's so beak. Oh, what have I done? Are all the Marines bald? There's hair pieces and such, but they're like heads with hair, but I mean, come on. Are we really choosing the heads with hair over the beaks? And yes, they make you pick between the heads and the hair or the beak. Actually, do we want to leave this shoulder plate like how it is and go over? Because I've been experimenting with, as you... Here, let's see if we can get a good view on the plasma gun, because I think this is a good example of it. So, the thing is, with these Heresy era miniatures, you get a lot of, I guess, like, you get these sort of, like, slapdash together armor pieces. So, what if we did this sort of oxidized metal look on the armor piece? What do we think? This sword's also a pretty good example of that. Damn, look how glowy that is on the camera. Damn, I can do plasma. This is ego boost for me, mostly because I built a mech exclusively with plasma guns. So, oh man, look how good the white comes out in the dark. Damn. Yeah, what do we think about the oxidized shoulder? Because I know, because we're going to do oxidized gun, clearly. And then later on, we do have some missile launcher guys with the most ridiculous, stupid-looking missile launchers you could possibly think of. Some really dumb-looking missile launcher dudes. How dumb are the missile launchers? They're like Halo fuel rod cannon. But if there was no possible way this character could hold it. We're talking real dumb. We're talking shoulder mounted, like... Hold on. One more time getting up. I think I got everything. Yeah, we're talking real stupid looking. This top-loaded cannon. What the hell is that thing? It's what they're selling you is the idea of missile launcher. By missile launcher, they mean top-loaded banana mag missile launcher. And it's also designed to look like a missile, just in case you forget that it's in fact the missile launcher. God, my favorite is they give you pieces to do poses where they're holding the scope up to their eye of their beak helmets. This little tiny like targeting device thing up to their eye. They're great. I have 10 of them. I have 10 of them along with these things. Here, so what we want to do... We got our white already over there. Keep misplacing a thing. I put it in my chair? Where did it go? Bit more of this. Slot that in the wet palette area. And we need some more of the white. So what you want to do is build like a gradient almost. From your lightest color to your darkest color. I do believe this is referred to as a glaze. I do think it's too... I do think I took glaze a little too literally. That's a little watery. We just make sure it doesn't... Yeah, it's a lot too watery. Just put out a fire. Yeah, for the most part, paint stripping is a little unnecessary. It gets more necessary the more, like, again, the thick paints, and then you layer it. My paint fucking melting? Where's it going? That's the same color I just had. Looks sick. I'm amazed you can see anything. Frankly. I keep looking up at OBS and sighing. Mostly the chest we can't see. Yeah, again, you can take as long as you need to just, especially if you're not rushing to like paint a tournament list or anything, you can take as long as you need. And this isn't even counting for like highlights and all that. This is just getting a baseline. My wet palette dried up already. Did you? Really? I'm gonna be upset if it did. What happened? I think my wet palette dried out already. Which is like when you're mixing or like just laying out colors so you don't get it too thick on there. You just have like a little bowl or something with a wet paper towel with water at the bottom and then like a wet paper towel in it. It erases the... See if we can get a little more of this bit of white blue for right here. Perfect. Perfect. Look at that. This is what I would call a blue marine. Because I did sacrifice a couple. So what this kit was, it was 20, it was 4 sets of these body types, of each of the 5 body types it came with, because 5 is the minimum for a squad. So it came with 4 sets of the 5 body types. And then 10 heavy weapon sprues, which came with both these horrible, horrendous missile launchers, and then heavy bolters, which are not as funny looking as the horrible, horrendous missile launcher. Although with the horrible, horrendous missile launcher, I have no idea what you proxy that in. I have no earthly idea. Which proxy is just using a miniature of a unit, or using a miniature of a unit to sub in for a different unit. So clearly you can't play... Clearly you can't play... directly play Heresy-era Legionaries in a regular 40k setting. But you can proxy them in as like a tactical squad or intercessors. I don't even know why they still do tactical squads at this point.
Because they keep having to buff them and all that. Just make Primaris able to use the transport vehicles. They don't need to keep they don't need to keep classic Space Marines on life support if they just let the cooler Space Marines jump into used vehicle transports or troop transports.
Let's maybe sell some fucking decorations for these new guys. I've never seen more fucking Sergeant Major Milquetoast than I have with some of these Primaris. The most boring looking, like, Space Marine. Jimmy Space. I summon the rocket for Tyranids. John Marine. Here's my Tyrannid. He's making another cameo appearance. Expose him like that. He just sits on the one side of my microphone. He's just around, you know, we love him. How do we do the purple on this guy? The microphone. Hold on. Alright, so now that we got the blue there, let's blend in some purple to that blue to give it that sort of, again, an unnatural dark blue look. Start that in.
There it goes. It's like I can't see it. The purple's too dark.
I can't see it. I love all this purple I'm seeing on the screen. Yeah, it's not an easy one to see. Right, let me just grab some more fucking purple. More purple. Yeah, my wet palette is dry. Fuck me. Hold on, I have a really dumb idea on how I can... That happened. It is getting hot. That happens.
Like, I got the fan on full blast, and I'm in shorts right now. Microsoft makes me try to use OneDrive. Ew, ew, ew. But don't you want to store all your files sometimes, maybe? I learned OneDrive is extra nice too if you keep on ignoring them. They've told me my OneDrive's been full for like the last 2 years, but I still upload shit to it all the time. So I'm leaning down and my model's glitching out. It's trying to track down the... I don't know, this whole thing's... You know, of course it was going to be scuffed in the beginning. There's a way to make the webcam focus. Well, let me open a window real quick in the settings. Oh, I can edit the focus. No. Why can't I? Oh, you know what? I don't think my camera's powerful enough. I don't think I have a... It's not like a... Huh. Weird. At the very least, this blue looks way stronger in the camera, so it looks like I'm doing more. Yeah, look up. Oh, look how good it looks like I'm doing. Let's see here. But mix it. Drag blue. We get a grim jump scare. First you're accusing me of harmful Grem practices, and now you want a Grem jump scare.
If you insist. Oh, wait. Man, this camera sucks. It did not focus once that entire time. It's yellow. It is the brightest thing on the screen. Welcome in Brooklyn Heights. How's your night today been going? It is a pleasure to see you. Turn on and off the focus. Welcome into painting some spice mode. Some spice parades. Come on. Okay. Light. Swear to God, if my wet pellets dried out again. We painted today, so no monsters, just birds. The bird marines. Here's something you should all know, is that I exclusively only play factions if they can have a funny voice attributed to them. This one boot is immune to glazing. I guess he's just humble like that. Like bird people? No. No, just people with bird hats. just ambiguous religious zealots with bird hats. Although I will say, putting together is usually, especially with Space Marines, or all Space Marines, it's like they got like giant fucking crosses on their arms. They got big skeletons with is the stream frozen? They got big like skeletons with like symbology all over it. They strap their holy text to their motorcycles.
But in this 30k kit, not a single, not one purity seal, not one Codex Astartes.
Did Jesus canonically exist in Warhammer? Technically? The story of the humans is kinda like that. Just going off the context of the human stuff. Their emperor, the god emperor of mankind, had a bunch of like sons. He had a son who was the surrogate for Jesus, and then he had like 20 more sons who were all their own surrogates for Jesus, but like Rainbow Batman, where he's split into all of his personality traits. Think like that, but all of the personalities are various versions of Jesus. And then you assemble all of them, and then all those Jesuses become become their own group of apostles. Then one of the Jesuses betrays the other Jesuses. And then you can't forget that all of these Jesuses also mitosis and use their gene seed to once again asexually produce armies and armies of space marines. So we're really Russian dolling the Jesus here. We don't know who's supposed to be Jesus and who's not supposed to be Jesus. Supposed to obey me, the 7 human Jesuses. It's fine, it's all religious space magic, so it's... However, I guess the gene seeds do get fucked up sometimes. It looks like the stream might work this time. If I didn't have arthritis, that effect would have been better. That would have been more funny.
many hand-related dishes do you have? Just the one, but it's been compounding. I don't think I ever stopped being not like I ever stopped the hustle. Between digital arting and educationing, you know, gets to you. Women Alice, how's your night today been going? It's a pleasure to see you. Ah, wow. Holy shit, how are we already at 30 fucking views? I don't know how Dark Souls 2 got the fucking 70. Dark Souls 2 got the fucking 70 somehow. Chat, we might be so back. Live streaming has never been so fulfilling. It, what? Yeah, Dark Souls 2 is sitting at 71. I don't know who the fuck watched that stream. Is that just on summer break? Hell to the yeah. Take a summer core. Take a summer core. Be so big. Take a summer course. What was that? I didn't say anything. No. Let's take a sip. What part are you painting? I want to get this guy. Let's do this so we can actually get some focus. I'm gonna get this little guy. Come on, a little bit of focus, please. Go a long way. To look like this guy. To look like he belongs with this guy. Because as you can see, he's got a mohawk, so he's extra important. Assumed because I had a black glove on. I thought it was a broom. It is very broom-like. However, before you attach the mohawk, it looks like one of those World War I helmets with the little point on the end. And because you get two spare chief hats without the mohawks, I was thinking maybe when I stripped down the motorcycle with sidecar, using those stupid World War I looking beak helmets to replace the regular pilot helmets. Which I wonder what you think about. They gave pilot helmets to the motorcycle and sidecar guy, but not to the tank drivers. What do you think about this? Let me be clear. Let me move Plasma Man off to the side here. And now that we got sort of a baseline for the dark blue, let me pull up the palette, the color palette we're using, or color palette we're using. Just what I'm like basing all this off of, because again, it's an image I found like so randomly from like a really old Space Marine sheet of like
potential like successor chapters. Internites. I have no. This is not a real successor chapter, but it is a very nice palette, especially for water marines. So what we're doing differently is we're replacing all of the metal bits, like on the gun here, with an oxidized sort of copper look, and then replacing the helmets with the same black that the with the same black-blue combo. Blues are good. I know. I just wish them. There are a lot of blue Space Marine chapters. I'm Jayla. No, you're not. There's a lot of blue Space Marine chapters that I do quite like. I do like the Ultramarines and the Space Wolf. I like the Space Wolf's molds, and I like the creative ways you can do Ultramarine palettes. Not named Penny makes clear. Hey, second person other than yourself to consider that. Congratulations, Blister. What was I saying? Oh yeah, blue space. Both times blue Space Marines have been. Both poster boys of Warhammer have been two different blue Space Marines. Which is kind of funny to think about that. Both Space Marine poster boys have been blue. Sure, one of them wasn't a poster boy for very long, but we all love Crimson Fists, the original Space Marine chapter. Which I did not know until really recently, that Crimson Fist was the, very first chapter that they ever illustrated. Which the beauty of getting in the Warhammer now, especially with the current system, is that it's much more lenient towards like doing your own colors. Space Marines are very open to creative freedom, especially now because they got rid of a lot of the chapter system and now it's just detachments. Instead of having to conform to a specific chapter, you can just use a rule set and then pick traits based on that rule set instead of having to pick a chapter and use that chapter's rule set. You can now just pick rule sets that like vaguely align with chapters. There's a couple special ones where they're like, this is the Blood Angel. These are the Blood Angel rule picks. But these are the Space Wolf rule picks. I tried to create the penicillin. That was penitentiary. My god. From what I learned, Mori Calliope's paint stream didn't go well either and had a similar issue where nobody could see anything. But paint streams is not it. But we're having a good time. I'm having a good time. Clearly it's attractive because how many fucking views this stream's getting. Holy shit. Blue gray dick. Mm. He still paints when he's not looking. No, my paint pots.
Ow.
Types of paints using? Miniature acrylics, because regular acrylics just don't work for these. So we got two brands here. We got just the classic, the Citadel, the Warhammer brand. And then you got... We'll get to the green later, trust me. It's important. And we got war paint. Both these brands, I think, are equally as good. Valero's up there also. As like your three premier ones. Those miniature acrylics. They have way more pigment and are way thinner. Well, lighting was very unfortunate. I'm nervous now. Was there a really, really bad reflection? Yeah, but they don't make neon colors. Citadel and Army Painter don't make neon colors. However, you can get specific like miniature neon colors. I have a fluorescent blue, but it's just a craft blue. Which you can whittle those down to work in any circumstance. It's just not what you're ideally what you want to be using. The Fang TM. Yeah, all these colors are trademarked and they all have stupid names. And the best part is Army Painter, because it's not affiliated with Warhammer, but markets itself as Warhammer paint. Basically, they have to have their own trademarked, like unaffiliated names. And there was one that was really fucking funny every time I was watching a guy paint Emperor's Children. But it's like they couldn't call it Gene Stealer Purple or whatever, like the Citadel one. So they had to call it like Scary Alien Purple or something. It's like just stupid. You get a legally distinct. Yeah, Citadel you get some fun ones though, like Nagrath Knight. You get some nice names. Scary Alien Purple. I used to have Gene Stealer Purple. For Gene Stealers. Well, not for Gene Stealers. I use Screamer Pink and something Tongue. Blood-curdling Magenta. What, not a big fan of Hydra Turquoise? Or Screaming Bell? We do have Blood Reaver flesh over here as our brown, as our like reddish brown. It's very subdued reddish brown. It's very pleasant to look at. It's like a burgundy. It's like the brownest part of burgundy. Aria, why is the bell screaming? Aria. Let's do... These Horse Heresy backpacks are a little different. So... let's do these outline bits here. The same gray we're doing the chest piece.
Just because of how visually distinct they are from the actual armor. I think it adds a nice flair to sort of break it. Because I would say the one big thing with where they get these names, a lot of it comes from like the books and stuff, or like where the lore and all that. Because you can buy lore books for each of the factions and sub factions, and then the overall history of the world books. Like these miniatures are based on the Horus Heresy novels that are prequels to the main series. Very multimedia. Like Calidor Sky. I think both Calidor Sky and Macragge Blue are like, look, if you want to just paint up some Ultramarines, these and then a gold, and you're good. These, a white, a black, and a gold. You can totally knock out some Ultramarines with those. Maybe even some Crimson Fists if you're careful about where you put the light blue. Because Crimson Fists are much darker blue and have red hands. Yellow water. I've not bought a yellow from them. Yellow water, just piss. There's probably a yellow wash you can buy. They have a blue wash we might use. We might not use it. Definitely not now. They have a blue wash, a brown wash, and a black wash. Which apparently, I'm using the old recipe version of the black wash. And I have a new recipe one lined up, and I'm curious what the difference would be. Because it's black. It's black water. The dog is a 7 of grace with their presence. The dog has deemed you ready. It's a little more gray in these shoulder pads here. That is a smooth layer of gray. A dog that my dog is also saying hi. Dog party now. The stream is dog stream. You got Peninsula. Woo! Okay, Peninsula. He's just let the autocorrect do its thing. At this point, where will it go? Alright. Now let's do the same type of gradient thing we did for the blue, but for the grayer area now. Hey, what if you have a buddy getting into Warhammer, I would say that would be the perfect time to get into it yourself, because that's kind of what I'm doing here. Yeah, I've started getting back into it just because that's kind of the fun of it. However, what I'm stuck with now is, how am I going to compose an army? I've got a couple ideas. A couple units. How do I compose a new army that is so distinct from my last two? Especially because I've played my first ever army of Space Marines. Right before the Primaris switch. A little holder repaint them. Yeah, they make them so... I mentioned this in the beginning of the stream, but they make them for up to 100mm bases. Allow my Skylander collection. As much as the demographics overlap, I'm not sure. My team, the Lobstar. There is like basically Namor the Submariner faction if you get into Age of Sigmar. I just learned that recently that there's a Atlantis faction, but it's all fucking Namor. I know what Lobstar is. I have Christmas Lobstar. Shadow was a child too. At some point. Maybe my sibling had Christmas Lobstar. I think he did. I don't think Lobstar would have been my character of choice. I was more into the dragons than the weird fucks. Seeing as that I forgot where I put the white on my wet palette. Let's get a little bit more. Also, again, usually when you buy locally, when you buy Warhammer, like a smaller hobby shop too, it is usually going to be 20% off, because that's like usually the like the golden area for still making a profit while being competitive. Like, all in all, Warhammer prices can get better than what they look like. Especially if you buy secondhand without... where you can get, like... At least, I've seen people build Imperial Knights armies without going higher than 50% the regular price. Just staying more than half off for the entire army. That's honestly probably going to be part of the fun, is knowing where to look, especially nowadays. Where I'm being more specific about how I'm building my Space Marines out. Lockdart. That's very mean. The channel glass mix. Was it? Oh yeah, the 20% off thing extends the paints as well, so you can get paints for like $2 to $3 a little bottle, which will usually last you like $100 boxes.
Like, these little pots are no joke. The thing is, if you knock him over, you gotta be like fucking Ozymandias and catch the bullet. Oh! He slipped out of there's the most like pathetic little hand slip ever. He's good. Yeah, we got a pretty solid base coat showing for our little dude here. Of course, we're going to go back and clean him up a bit. This sounds more live, I think, today. Well, it's because we're doing something different. And because I slaughtered the Royal Rat Authority off screen. So is Joy moved to the stream. I mean, how could I not? I'm painting my little dudes. I finally got the colors and views. That is true. No subs though. I was hoping we'd hit 500 this week, but you know what? Beggars can't be choosers. Shit. I accidentally just moved the chat to the Dark Souls 2 stream. But now that we got the base coats pretty much out of the way for the body. Would you like to take a... What do you mean you moved it? I have my phone that's like playing the chat so I could see it before it like because I can't like manage the chat on my computer without like switching over tabs and all that. So I just use my phone. And I accidentally fat fingered the Dark Souls 2 thing. The chat, well, I'm taking a little Dalton's like the job. Well, I'm taking a little breather on my wrist here. Would you like to see my the vehicles in this box? From my Corvus box? By the way, you can bet your ass these are gonna be up on Blue Sky as well when they're done. Because I did post, let's see, I have the image right. I did post 2 guys from my last 2 40k armies. We can shrink the... Come on. There we go. Here, I can just show you right here, so I don't have to plug my multi-platform empire. Yeah, so you got the Blood Angels from middle school to like the start of high school, and then you got the Tyranids. You got a Gene Stealer. There is a Mayan Temple Warhammer figure. Yeah, it's for the lizard guys. Not only is it for the lizard guys, there are 2 other ones. Both of which are for Necrons, which I actually have a few of. I have the Scorp from when they released the Scorpec ones, which are robot skeletons, ancient robot skeletons. They have 2 temples that their main attack is dropping. And the Space Marines get a bunker. Like, there's some really stupid models. Imperial Knights are cool, though, because they're giant. They're, like, I think the largest one's, like, half a foot tall. For tabletop play, at least. Maybe even close to a foot tall. They're, like, anime figure sized. They're perfect. If you find them secondhand and you're just getting into the hobby, and you can get them for cheap, because you only need, like, 4 of them. They're your whole thing. This deal was so freaky because he's gonna steal your jeans. It's Imperial Knights and Chaos Knights, because they're 2 sides of the same coin. Chaos Space Marines are a little different, which I do have one of those too. Alright, chat, prepare to be amazed. So first off, we have a whatever type of dreadnought this one is. I have no memory of what the classification is. I do know it's the one with the helmet though, with the little head with the helmet. I even sanded down for, clearly I haven't done any of the bases yet, but I sanded down one of my old, spare Hive Tyrant heads from my Tyranids, from one of my Tyranid leader boxes. So he looks extra cool. I wish I had a, one of my old buddies used to play Necrons. I wish I had a giant Necron, so I could fucking just be an asshat with my Skeletor. No, but I would like the Skeletor models. There's chaplains, but they got skull heads with hoods, and they're super like angular and bulky. The Space Wolf one is cooler though, where it's got a wolf skull instead of a regular skeleton head. But it also has like a giant fur coat and Vikings and shit. Necrons are definitely my favorite. Necrons are cool. They're also, if you're just getting into Warhammer, they are incredibly good for painting, because they look good without you having to be super technical with it. Because it's literally, I'm not going to do an example this stream because I don't think I have anything ready for it. But if you prime it black and then just dry brush a metal color on it, it looks perfect. Like miniatures that are primarily like a metal color, you can do so easy and it will look so good just doing it easy. Like they're super beginner friendly. They're not price friendly as like Custodes are, where they're more like bulky Space Marines. They're very Ornstein from Dark Souls. Reference to a previous stream you should watch. Look at the free guy figure. They're just these guys. I have a couple. I don't know what you mean. If you're talking about Beastars figures, I have a few of them. I've had a few of them for years. And of course, we got the box tank with the cow catcher thing. I used to actually have one of these from the when they originally were a thing, before they got shafted for like bigger and cooler tanks. I have the original Rhino. I do have a Beastars figure. I do have that. I don't know what you're talking about with the gooning thing, but I do have a Beastars figure. Yeah, I still have to clean up this model. It didn't snap together very well, so I still have to go over with like to melt the plastic back together. you know. But yeah, you get these get to some various places. It's not always just the same song and dance every time. Again, especially if you're going to something that isn't as simple as Space Marines. You get some abstract motherfuckers. Oh, another fun one is the Tau, because you can get super creative with the colors there too. The Tau are basically just Gundam. They're East Asian inspired. Most of them are in mech suits. Most of the mech suits look like Gundam. Tao's got some pretty like economical box sets. Where's the gun? I didn't lose it. Also, let's just take a minute to appreciate the heresy Space Marines having bayonets. Having bayonets on their assault weapons. Which they did give me the option for chain bayonets. But they were I don't know, I just like the simplicity of having the knife. Just having a combat knife strapped to the front. What even is Warhammer? That's a great question. No idea. There's about 8,000 books that tell you. I have never read any of them. It's a shame that I know of no desire to read any of them. I think the only Warhammer book I ever bought was like the 8th edition Codex for Tyranids. Shows you how asshole I might be. It's definitely a thing. Very multimedia too. So if you're not into the figures, you can play the video games. Not into the video games, you can watch the shows. Not into sci-fi, you can go into Warhammer Fantasy. Not in the high fantasy, you can go, or not in the low fantasy, you can go in the Age of Sigmar for high fantasy. Not into any of that, you can go for book. They have shows. They have their own fucking streaming service. It's called Warhammer Plus, and it's a real streaming service where they hired on a bunch of like classic fan animators and stuff to make official Warhammer media. The guy who did the web series Astartes, which I think there's re-uploads still on YouTube. It's extremely good. He does a lot of the Warhammer like episodes and stuff now. Like there was the Secret Level show on Netflix where it was like an anthology based on video games. One of them was about Space Marine 2. And he worked on that one. Which that pretty much is an episode of one of the random Warhammer shows. But based on Titus from the game. It basically was. Just, it was Titus from the game, and then all of the new boxes they released as well. I was wondering one of the biggest media franchises. I don't know, it's like a sleeper one. It's like how Magic the Gathering is technically one of the biggest media franchises. Like, it's... You're just never in that corner. It's such a specific corner to rest in. It's so easy to miss. Hope you're having fun. Missed your deep voice. Welcome in, Video Studios United Dave and Go. It's a pleasure to see you. You missed me? I'm flattered. Well, we are just painting up some Space Marines. We got a base coat, so I was taking a light break because as you can see, my wrist. A light break after our base coat on there. My Hydro Knights. My Fiorina army. It is just unobscure enough to have a huge following. Like, it's more obscure than D&D. But because of that, all the people who be like... It's one of those things like it's like how... Clearly, we're not the demographic for it. But how many people do you know how many people can you name that isn't a big anime person knows that Hatsune Miku is like one of the biggest people ever? One of the biggest like music creators ever. It's like one of that. It's like that sort of thing. It's like you wouldn't really know if you're not in space. Let's see. There's yeah, if you just want to watch like some like this is just the essence of Warhammer, no real like rhyme or reason for Astartes on YouTube. I guarantee you there's been a million re-uploads. But it's a fan series that pretty much they would have hired the guy to do official Warhammer episodes. You want to know about 40,000? Astartes is a pretty good starting point to just get the vibe. Get this Astartes. Let's get some highlights in here. Watch the Warhammer shows. Well, Amazon Prime is supposed to have a Warhammer show starring Henry Cavill. Probably the most famous Warhammer fan. Amazon Prime is red. What the fuck do you mean Amazon Prime is red versus blue? Please watch Red versus Blue. As someone who's seen all of Red versus Blue, if you were to watch some bad campy bullshit that sort of loops around to being charming. Every time I remember Henry Cavill's a giant fucking nerd. Yeah. I only remember that because there was a paparazzi photo, like, from the filming of Highlander, where the brand new Custodes box, a guy working at a game store, like, across the way from the shooting thing, brought over the box to give to him. And I've never seen such a square-jawed, like, roughly looking human being and such joy and whimsy in his face as being gifted the new Custodes, now featuring giant mural-sized tank and women. Right next to Wolverine being 5'3". Watch some of Halo Legends. I fucking love Halo Legends. A lot of it is awful looking. A lot of it's really not great. But there are like 2 or 3 in the Halo Legends lineup that I think are really fucking good. And one of them is done by the My Hero studio with My Hero voice cast before My Hero happened. And the other one's the weird hand-painted Arbiter one. Those Halo 4 forward onto Dongan. I think all of the old Halo live-action stuff that isn't, yeah, pretty much all the Halo live-action stuff that isn't the Paramount Plus show is good. I don't remember Forward Unto Dawn. I remember because it's on the Master Chief Collection. You can just watch it. But I don't remember it beyond that. My feet plants are still gonna be short and still be terrifying. It's funny that they went with Hugh Jackman for Wolverine, because isn't he like 6 foot tall? Isn't he like just way fucking tall? Because they did the bit in the Deadpool Wolverine. They made him where they made him canon height. They like CGI'd him be like the canon height, where he's like this the size of a small dog. It was way shorter. Oh, was it? It wasn't. I wouldn't know. I'm all the way up here. Why is there 9 different versions of Rose Blue on Amazon Prime? I think because they split it up between seasons. Which, I mean, all that's free on YouTube also. You have to pay for all but one of them. I don't know. Maybe you don't have to pay for the newest Red versus Blue. Like the one where they did it on like a budget of 3 cents and Halo and a copy of Halo Infinite. Because their company went under and they just wanted to make one last thing. It sucked what happened in that company. There's they had a lot of problems, but you could tell like at the very least the guys who made it like really were. Seems that they made Red versus Blue the movie on their own time. Super fans messing around. It was initially, and then that started a multimedia company. Because that studio, because Red vs. Blue was Rooster Teeth. And you can see where this is going. They happen to find one of the most talented solo 3D animators in the world to do a proper second show for them. Someone's long, gangly limbs. You lay off my long, gangly limbs. Huh. My headphones cord almost went into the fang.
see if I can really get in here. What we're doing right now is we're just gonna do some edge highlights.
Oh, I might be dumb. Forgot this is a light gray. Get some black. Some matte black. The name's Black. Matte Black. Yeah. Look, why fix what isn't broken? Matte Black is a funny name. Look, this whole channel only exists so I can reuse the so I can reheat my own fucking nachos every month. Welcome in Knights of Clay. How's your night today been going? That's a nice brush. Thanks. I don't know when I think I got these right. These were from high school when I was painting Tyranid stills when I got these. It's been a long time. It's been a good couple of years. They've gone untouched. Ugh. Hanging out with my family. Oh no. That's a weird way to spell Warhammer 40,000. But welcome in. Sorry about the camera quality. There's nothing I can do with it. Every once in a while, I'll try to do this so we can have one Marine in the game is settled. Nice. I just started a new collection of some Heresy era Marines. We have this guy, still got to be worked on, but you know, he's my baseline, which is emblematic of them all having to follow in the captain's footsteps. Or, I'm sorry, the sergeant's footsteps.
Can't call him a captain.
Even though the captain for Heresy Reeves is the exact same. At least the standard captain does. I'm hoping I can find a good deal on a Saturnine captain. I'm quite partial to Rogue. Someone knows ball. Someone knows ball. He gets it. This guy gets it. The beaky helmets are the best helmet. Someone gets it. The only thing that separates these ones from
the original, which I don't actually know which style I would prefer more. Is it the original, which weirdly, it's how I draw the beaky helmet, is with the one lens the one big lens that carries, so it's not like the teeny, so it's not like the little eye lenses, it's like one more, it's like Sonic eyes almost. You know what? I never forgot about the arm plates here. Yeah, the cool guy sunglasses. Yeah, because correct me if I'm wrong, but Rogue Trader had them as like space cops. Not to mention, we talked about it earlier in the stream, but them also being fucking Crimson Fists. No, you will play Crimson Fist. For your cyberpunk. Sorry, I'm clipping the camera with my paintbrush. These brushes are too long for streaming. You will play Crimson Fist and you'll like it. The eye of, yeah, when the Eye of Terror blinks, they go back home. The Eye of Terror blinks, they fuck right off. Chat, they know they're cooked. I was hoping if this, especially if this stream does well, we'll do one big climactic painting stream where we, again, I mentioned it at the beginning, where we will paint the best model ever made. Space Marine attack bike with sidecar. So this one pops off. This stream comes back, we'll comedy rule of 3 it. What about the rectangle? There is no way in hell I'm painting a rhino on stream. Are you kidding me? We get like 4 hours for these. In what reality? Which one? We were going over the rhino earlier because this specific kit came with a rhino. A rhino and whatever the cool dreadnought is with the helmet. With the regular sized helmet. All the vehicles are rectangles. Space Marines get some stupid looking vehicles, especially Primaris vehicles now, where they just doubled down. Like the Primaris bike riders. They're fucking bricks. It looks extra bad on the chaplain and the bike, because the giant 3 times size codex rests perfectly in the middle. The mega codex. Oh, I think I know what happened to the camera. I think I bashed it on straight, so it's like at a skew angle. It's whatever. It's, you know, it's almost in the same spot. As long as you're not a big, as long as you're not big on continuous perspective. Or camera quality, for that matter. Like, these streams never look good. They're never gonna look good. These streams are never gonna look good. As long as I am in charge. Streams will never look correct. And that's a promise. You can count on that. And that's why you should vote for me.
Solace, Capricornus, Andromeda. Getting some more. Just mix in some highlights for my dark blue areas. This one a really bad SCDD brother and made its friend in stream. This is true. I don't know, we're just having a good time here. They could have stayed for my loving commentary, as well as Grem's sidekick. Grim Pierce, it's a pleasure to see you. How was your night today been going? How did I do my... Did I use... I think I've already fucked up. It's fine, we can just mix it. We can just mix it and get the best of both worlds. Because I think I used Calidor Sky for my previous highlights. But I don't remember, even though that was like a couple hours ago. I don't know, I like taking my time. As much as Slapchop helped as a beginner doing Blood Angels back in the day. Doing Firstborn Blood Angels. Not as fun. Welcome in. RULZ Zuken. How was your night today been going? It's a pleasure to see you. Big brother time is doing some Tau army, man. You're getting all the... Finally, the fans of the thing I'm streaming are showing up to the thing. Unfortunately, this isn't the most scuffed stream that I possibly could have had. Welcome in. Tau proxies. Are you just kit bashing a bunch of Tau? Or are you actually using like are you using like the Gundam miniature game or something? Might have to do another stream. Yeah, we might have to do that. Attack bike and sidecar stream. Shit. I keep... It's so... The camera's so skewed because I keep hitting it. It's so skewed. It's fine. We get a nice Dutch angle for our Space Marine. Chat, remember to like and subscribe. Yeah. We'll totally do more of these if this stream does well. Let me pull up what you can look forward to. Let me pull up the image. I wish I had the original one, because the original one had beakies on it. Or it was even dumber looking. It was not sci-fi at all. But what you can look forward to if the stream pops off, we will repaint this to be part of the Aquamarines. Oh, that's a good name for them. I was originally thinking my stupid water chapter would be called Waterfowls because they're all birds. But Aquamarines also work. Yeah, we will paint this if the stream pops off. And yes, the wheels do roll. It is a toy car that they were selling in like 2006. It's like a Mega Block set. It really does. They have a 3D printer and putting on this stuff. Pipe makers right now. Oh. I keep thinking about getting a 3D printer, and then I just never do. I always just go to local shops and eBay. I'm too lazy for 3D printing. Not Lego, specifically Mega Blocks. I know exactly what you mean, and it's because of the way the Space Marines look. As well as this box art. It was before they did like the aesthetic black backgrounds. Or had like the clean logo. Oh, ew, they put the fucking chapter thing on the leg? They put the insignia on the leg? I didn't even notice that. Oh god, look at it. They put the regiment thing on the leg. This is making me angry. Yeah, so what we could do, because this is one of the first miniatures I ever painted, so it's like from middle school. We'll wash off the paint, and we might secretly replace these with beaky helmets. It's a mess, but that little worth it. I get about $900 worth of miniatures, MSRP for about 80. It includes wear and tear on the printer, and like, yeah, because I do this, and then every year I try to build a cosplay to get better at it for a local convention, or local, quote unquote. And I always use plastic bits for those. Local is in the same state as mine. No, it's fucking not. This is psychic grunting. Oh shit. And everyone I know is it. Well, maybe not everyone I know. I don't know. I do know someone with a 3D printer, but they don't use it. They don't use it for their miniatures or anything. It's in the same state. Yeah, local is in the same state. What do you use to make your V2 model? I made this one on stream. I guarantee you we're going to make more models eventually on stream. But, so it was drawn in Krita, I did. I then brought it into Live 2D Cubism, rigged it all up over a week. Let's put it straight onto VTube Studio. Of course, you can remove the weird 3-panel glasses. Do some of that. Of course, you got different attire. You know, get some nice formal wear. And do one of these. It's my pride and joy, really. But today's a casual day of painting, so we're gonna have a nerd look on. I did start making a 3D model, but I haven't gone back to it. I got too busy to really, like, focus on it. My phone is too small to see that it was the drawing, not a 3D model. Yeah, I'm a live 2D. What can I say? I've done like 7 models at this point. But hey, when you're doing them yourself, who cares? Who cares about the cost of upgrading? Which Cricket told me how much like the average model goes for. They're charging like $250. They're charging like $250 for rigging. It's insane. Here's my attack plan for my bulk miniatures. It's not giving me any points if I'm doing anything dumb. Go for it. Although, just to be clear, I haven't painted in years, and then I started painting Solace again recently, and now I'm on Space Marines. Again, mostly because a friend of mine was getting into World Leaders. I was like, I'll get back into 40k. Gray primer or dark wash afterwards. The whole thing with blue dry brush. We get the armor colored. Go off with orange and green detail. Honestly, it's not bad. The only thing is that primer showing through is gonna look a bit different. I've used gray primer before. It's not bad, but yeah, it does not sound bad if you're just trying to get a tabletop ready and all that. Shit. I forgot I set up a wet palette and didn't fucking do anything with it. It's fine, we have plenty of McCrag blue to go around. Yeah, I wish we might have to, I could book it and grab one of the space, I was painting some space-themed Saurus using sponge brushes. They were a fun time, but the problem is they all... When I got to the bigger dinosaurs, I didn't know what to do for them. Especially because it was the original Solace, so it was very, they're very doofy looking. Because they're like the lizard men from Warhammer Old World. Went to Croup Carnivores and Strike teams and Breacher teams. Oh, you gonna do the Croup? I recently saw Croup got a rulebook in the time that I've been absent from Warhammer. I'm so sad I didn't, like, look into it more, because I told... Because as much as I love, Heresy Marines, and Space Marines in general, I would totally play a Croup army. A Croups. A Croup army. Oh shit, I just got blue all over my... Ow. It's actually my first army. The Tau is not a bad first army. They're very well balanced. And you could do a lot with them. How right is this gonna be? Yeah. Give me a little more white. Ah, it's still too dark. I don't just want to edge highlight in white, but I might have to. I'm a huge Armored Core fan, saw the Crisis suits. Yeah, that... did you print out the big fuck without the art? That doesn't have the arms, but just as the two giant missile cannons. That one always sits up as like one of the best miniatures I've ever seen. The giant Crisis suit. Why is it so rough looking? Have a good one. All right, have a wonderful rest of your night or day. It was a pleasure to see you. We do stream every week, so on this a little fun, we will be back. The stream does well. We'll be back for painting also. Look, I fell asleep this time. Next time we'll think of a better camera. Next time I'll try to think of a better camera solution. Because I know it looks very bad and very scuffed this time. Hey, we're still having fun. Right now, we're doing drawing streams on the weekdays. And then weekends, we're still going through Dark Souls 2. And then we're doing... It's always one weird fuck stream I like to hit. I realized I forgot to paint the paws on the feet. This white is like, why is white so fucking chunky? I shook it up. They have paws. The Heresy era Marines have shoe paws. Hold on, I'll show you in a second. Using my already painted one.
You draw them in the V-Gen challenge. I don't think it's weird enough for them. I mean, I am drawing a giant robot for the V-Gen challenge, so kind of similar. Six crisis suits, 2 commander mech suits, and I need 7 stealth suits. My good goddamn. V-Gens is fun, just like a fun little thing. I'm not doing it going in aiming for the, as much as I'd like to win, I don't really care. It's something to like encourage like I use it to like as an encouragement for like original work. Because I think I do a little too much fan art. I don't have enough like original stuff under my belt. One of the times I'm gonna clip the camera and it's gonna fall over. My print will be going non-stop for 2 weeks. Jesus Christ. Let it die. It yearns for death. Fucking brush is splitting doing this, but I just want to get it over with. Just want to get a baseline for some edge down. I think I need to shake up my white again. I don't know why it's looking like this. Let me see if I can try to glaze that bit in there. Finish painting my Artorias figure. Finish painting my Artorias figure. Oh, hell yeah. Nice. Also, welcome in King Ungabunga. Seems like a Rekka crew. Of course, King Ungabunga plays orcs. Welcome in. How was your night today going? It's a pleasure to see you. Again, chat, this might be the first time fans of the thing I've been streaming for have showed up. Have been in the chat for the thing. The algorithm might have worked for the first time ever. I did know someone who played orcs. I remember they painted all their what the fuck are the red things called? The weird red dinosaurs. They painted them all to look like sharks. I think they also liked because they wanted to do all the orcs, but they were also big fans of the Carcharodons. So they're squigs, yeah, the big mounted squigs. Because they really liked orcs, but they also enjoyed the Carcharodons. So they made a bunch of shark squids. Squigs. The shark army. Yeah, you got options for shark armies. Every faction's got a cool shark for the fellas. Honestly, I think the bad camera's charming at this point. At this point, the bad camera's just charming. It's killing me how badly it is. How badly it's like just trying the autofocus. Squeeze from the ghoul stars would be horrifying. It would be cool, not horrifying. God, I recently watched a battle report that was orcs versus chaos marines, but it was like the two people who had the biggest collections of both of them in the world doing like a 10 table long like 30,000 point match with just as many fucking monster orc. They're just hordes of chaos knights versus hordes of fucking big stompers. Demonstrate the fish mech. Names in the files. That's a bully recoy sturgeon cups. This ghost shrimp. That's awesome. Yeah, Carcharodons. So happy that they're getting a renaissance of popularity from Space Marines too. They're cool. I think they're just kind of funny. Not my, because clearly I'm doing a homebrew water marines, so I'm not too broken up on not doing her. Ghost shrimp is an awesome name. It is. 44. Just not sure that it's fully 44. I was while watching it, I'll say there was one guy who was like way too into it. One of the orc, because it was 3 people controlling each army, controlling the armies. Or 3 people on each side of the table, doing different objectives with the same army, just to like, I guess, speed things along, you know, break up the. But one of those guys was like way too into it. One of those guys does not get out that much. And he was having the time of his life. Netting the orcs. Might as well print a real army at that point. How long was the game? No idea how long the actual game was. I know the video's like an hour. That's doing some. I was just doing some summer coursework while listening to it. Which is honestly what I've been doing now. Battle reports are very like nothing you just put on in the background. Like tournament stories and all that. I don't know. Especially because I'm getting back into it. It's just fun to listen to all that shit again. Just a teeny tiny bit of it. And it's almost dried up in a wet pellet. I don't want to make more light blue. I want to make more. I'm just trying to get the tedious little like amount because my dry palette. It's so hot. My wet palette keeps drying. So I'm just trying to get the tiniest little amount of the light blue still. But yeah, it's one of those things GW keeps under lock and key. Yeah, I mean, I get why they do it, but lower the fucking prices. We just had a talk earlier with some of the chat members about the shrinkflation of the Tyranids coming from ending an 8th edition Tyranid player like me, witnessing the downfall of my old army.
That's some fancy art in the bottom, in the bottom right. Me, Solace, Capricornus, Andromeda, in the bottom right of your screen? Oh, all the ice in my water melted. It's so hot, chat. This is the hottest it's been. It was like 30 2 days ago. It was fucking ice warnings every night. They're like a cover up your garden type things. It's like it got so hot out of nowhere. I see you later. Alright, have a wonderful rest of your night or day. It was a pleasure to see you. Thunder all day. That too. That too. I think it's just because how hot it's getting that like you get the warm thunder. But it gets me really nervous when I press and GW prices are about the same. Yeah. I typically, especially for these guys, I'm just gonna start looking on like eBay and then getting like special like must-haves ordered to local game stores and all that. Because honestly, I'm not hurting for money per se. As long as I keep being responsible as long as you keep being responsible with money, especially in your like, if you're like me and are like a early adult sort of deal, your 20s, as long as you're responsible with money, you probably won't go under. Especially with hobby stuff. But gamble responsibly. Hope the army you just bought didn't get horribly nerfed. Shout out Imperial Knights. My wet palette dry again? It fucking did. The second time this stream. There's no way they can nerf scanners. You guys have been touched in 10 years. This is true. Oh yeah, yeah. Painting is their printing is definitely a good way to go about it. It just ain't. It ain't for me, but it's definitely a good way to. Because I have relatives who do that, who print out some miniatures. It's tell you what. Sometimes I do wish I had a printer so I could do custom pieces for like especially when I run out of beaky helmets eventually. When I run out of spare beaky helmets to put on every miniature I own. I still have 4 extra though, so we're good for now. As you play Magic, before imagining it, just you're playing Magic. It's the biggest nerf to your mental health. This is true. Oh my god. So we did some highlights and some fixing up here. So let's do a quick fit check on our aquamarine. See how he's turning out. Honestly, this ain't bad. Not horrible. Of course, once we get the gun on, we'll do the gloves the same color as the boots and the shoulders here. What we still need to decide, though, is I left this shoulder unfinished. In chat, what do we think? We oxidize it. There's a metal strategy I was doing, because I don't like the way just slapping on metal looks, especially with these miniatures. So like this plasma pistol here, you can do a good mix of green and turquoise and then dry brush lightly metal over it. And you get a nice, like, oxidized copper look. I did it on... Focus. Camera, please. How does the Grem have more focus than this thing? Oh my god. This is infuriating. Do my bare hand. Oh my god, this is so stupid. So dumb. How does the Grem get focused, but not this? Alright, light. Ring light. You're coming with me. See, if I could just keep if I could just keep this up here, but I can't because it's just floating in the air. And I need it for my model anyway. Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Yeah, I took the light off. I put the light behind the camera, and it literally, the model stopped tracking. Yeah, but this sort of oxidized metal here. Let's see what we got. Well, I got the light in my hand. Let's see the one we're working on. That's gorgeous. Yeah, I mean, stuff isn't perfect. Not resin printer quality, but it's cheap. It's actually pretty high detail. Yeah. Like, of course, it's not going to be exact, but it had some charm and unique. It had some charm and uniqueness. It still, I mean, it still looks good enough. How fucked the legs are on this stupid thing. Stand. I think the other leg broke in a recent stream too. Oh, Jesus Christ, yeah. Imperial Knights have it the worst. It's charming unique. That's charming unique. if your support's collapsed midway through the print. That's the beauty of it. I think it looks so grainy because it keeps drying up. Let's get a moist palette instead of just a... Ooh, that's a lot of water. Let's get a real moist palette. This is just one of 20. So I can take one being a little extra sandy. To print a single HQ crisis suit takes about 9 hours to print. Oh. To be fair though, crisis suit is your big boy. You don't need a lot of crisis suits. don't need a lot of crisis suits. Oh, by the way, well, I just want to share this information. If you just need quick base stuff, if you cut up the sprue and then just use that as little stat rocks, that it might actually come out as peak. I don't know when I decided on that, but just sand them a little bit to look like rocks. What is the sprue? It's what they come on. Yeah, the snap moth build thing. We built some in the first stream. The lizard guys. We were snapping them off and I kept cutting myself on. Think about pretty. Oh shit, yeah, sorry. I don't know much about Tau. I didn't know that. I forgot the crisis suits are the small guys. All right. Yeah, I thought the crisis suit was the big one. Yeah, I know which one you're talking about now. I remember the visual information of the crisis suit. Didn't know which one the crisis suit was. All right, let's see. So for this oxidization effect, we first are going to want to base it because it is a lighter color. So first we're going to want to do some dampen this a little bit. Never tuned Terminator and Dreadnought, yeah. I didn't realize how tiny Dreadnoughts were until I built one. I always just, something about them always just made them seem huge. They always seemed, in my head, I pictured them like Riptide size. They're smaller than that, but you know what I mean. I didn't expect them to be like a head above a Terminator. So what we're first going to want to do start with a darker blue. So we'll just do Crag because that's the one that I have in front of me. Shit. Using junkyard metal he welds together. Yeah, there's a way. Yeah, Warhammer's very open to interpretation. I feel like that's a thing. It's one of those things you gotta like beat into yourself. Is you can just kind of fuck it, we ball for most of the hobby. Well, I got my Crag blue though. Let's just do this on the forearms real quick. The forearms are also going to be my dark blue. What is this waste product? I have 5-gallon buckets that's basically full of PLA scrap. Now, can you melt that to just... I guess that'd take a lot of work to reuse it like clay. Yeah, recycling gear would cost a mint. I'm thinking about it like clay terms where you can like forge it back into... Let's shake up this white so it's not so fucking gross looking. Oh, it's got a weird tuner bubble. Yeah. Let's take some white. Because what we want ultimately is like a minty green, which especially is something you'd already have a lot of, depending on what you're... But for me, I own every blue under the sun, but I'm not a big green enjoyer. I do have some green though for Super Mutants from the Fallout game from a couple years ago that I was painting. I should really finish those guys. Those are the last two I had to paint for that. That game's so stupid. The sculpts are really fucking cool, though. Weirdly, they put more effort into the sculpt designs for the Fallout miniature game than they do for Fallout 76, bringing old stuff back. Which is just kind of funny to me. A little bit of war something green that I said. Alright. Have a wonderful rest of your night or day. It was a pleasure to see you. Said a million times. We'll be back next week for some other cool shit. But for now, I bid thee adieu. Next stream is a drawing stream, which I think I can still do Wednesday. I don't know. My work schedule's got kind of variable, so we got to move some streams around. As much as I love to do this for, look, we ain't making money anytime soon. I got jobs to do. Right, so, we're going to take us some turquoise, some green, and plenty of whites. If you're doing like a green plasma color, this would also be a close sort of way you'd want to do this. Maybe a bit more white, but let me grab a dry brush. Welcome in Will's Meta Games. How's your night today been going? It's a pleasure to see you. What Legion are you painting? We're homebrewing water-themed Space Marines. So basically just funky Ultramarines. Excuse the poor camera quality, because it does just look like an Ultramarine. We are using all the Ultramarine colors. Alright, let me just make sure my dry brush is dry, because I kept running into the issue where my dry brush was damp. The dry brush is white as fuck. Let's see. That's good enough. Let's get on some of that mint. And we might just have to drive it with just turquoise. We just watched some TV and got the work done. Oh, Night Lords? Are you doing Heresy era Loyalist Night Lords? Are you doing by chance? Things that we're painting Heresy right now, it's only proper to ask. Not specifically for Heresy, I just like these birds. It's like the bird heads. And look, you can't tempt me with a box full of bird heads. Let's see. Night Lords have a really cool blue. I wish I would have found it and picked it up. I don't think I found it. It's like a really laser blue. I guess it's just deep more than anything. There we go. That's a nice mint. Then we got the blue and then the mints. Let's see. Yeah, it's got that sort of green tinge. Still being a bit blue. 40 karat chaos Night Lords. Yeah, buddy. And I remember before Night Lords got a revamp, I remember someone fucking cheated their way through a tournament using 8th edition shooting rules with their Night Lords. in a tournament like right after they redid the shooting rules. Like, I get to use the old ones. Because the Night Lords didn't get a new rulebook. Just the 6th edition. You're back in the limelight, though. So you get new shit. think. I'd hope. Because they're cool. They were in Space Marine too, so I'd hope they, like, thought about them. So now we're here. Trying to get to whip out our metal paint chat. Some, nice screaming bell. Specific rulebooks for different factions. They're used to, but I think now it's the detachment system, right? Where it's you just get rulebooks for like your generalists, like your most general of general stuff, and then in that book it will tell you what the different like abilities are that would caretake to your faction. Do you wish to guard the bell? Do you? I'm sad they never made a miniature of him. I have all those Dark Souls the board game guys. I have a Dark Souls 2 specific kit, and they never made that. I do have the Pursuer though. they never made the Bell Guardian. Bell Guardian of the Bell. That kit was on something. The expansion kit, because it was the Pursuer. It was the Pursuer, 4 Silver Knight Bowmen, Great Bowmen, and then 4 Black Firebomb Undead. It's like they put every annoying unit all in one, they put every fucking annoying Dark Souls enemy in one kit and expected you to just take it. Here, let me see if I can... Because you want you want to basically... I don't want to say basically slap chop the metal on, but... You do want a darker layer and then a lighter layer. The Mule board game? No, but the Executioner Chariot has his own box. Has his own kit separate from anything. He counts as a... And has his own arena board, too. Because there was a gimmick called Mega Bosses. There's the regular bosses that were like... Because you got a boss room in all the levels. Like, in all the, like, game boards. You'd always do, like, a boss room. But the mega bosses had their own, like, rooms, because I think it's because their miniatures were too big for the regular game boards. Rulebook, so core rulebook, army codex updates the rules through whiteboard. Or you just go to the Wikipedia and copy it all of the and just have the tabs open for all of your army units. Generic Chaos Space Marine Codex. Yeah. Do Night Lords need their own demons, you think? We think we need some Night Lord specific demons up in here. The Night Lord Codex coming soon. Okay, so we just want to put this dark metal all around. Sort of just like a... Should use a sponge for this. Because they don't have primer. It tends to when you go hard. But yeah, welcome in, Rose Spotton. Those who know to Damon going, it's a pleasure to see you. I do also tend to. You just gotta let what you have there set and then just be careful with it. Although what might help is a sponge also. Because I use these on my Solace. I painted them with mostly sponge. And it's worked out. Sorry, I'm being stupid. And there's always more to the renegade side of the heretics. I know to be pretty disappointed they gave us our own demons. Yeah, they kind of they sit in the gray area between the Crimson Fist from the Rogue Trader covers. We were just talking about that. Not really, just because I have no attachment to a lot of the, like, I don't really care that much about Crimson Fist. Night Lords and Iron Lord. Yeah, Night Lords and Iron Warriors are basically atheists. Is what they always gave the impression of. Here, let me grab this brush where it's not too wide like that last one. Again, we were pretty close to all the different blue factions just because we're just because we're using all of the like classic blues. So we can copper up some of the balls. Do one last layer of like a cleanup type green. Really? Oh shit, I keep knocking the camera with the fucking brush. God, I think Soul likes blue. Oh, really? Thing is, the model on your screen, by the way, was made by me. And so is all of the other things with the stream. That is the joke. Just a hunch. Yeah, the only thing that isn't blue is this alternate outfit for this model with this jacket. And even then, it's pretty dang blue. The only thing that's like not. Yeah, I didn't do too good of a job on my Geen. It's fine. The beauty of it is that you can always paint over and fix things. Nico and Sherma are blue. Okay, but I didn't make those either. Nico and Sherma have joined over a long history of live streaming. Which you can tune into. Where one of these days I might get a more adequate camera for this. And not just the shitty Google Pixel 6 that I dig out of my desk every time. That has an autofocusing issue. As you can probably tell from watching any moment of the stream. I want the copper balls. I want to know they're copper balls. Funny, I've seen people homebrew the copper balls using like jewelry gems. Like the little like nail gemstone things. Let's see if I can add a bit more this white Geen in here. And then dry brushing when I tried slap job, found out just how much I can apply. Just a bunch of other methods. Yeah, slap jobs, it's fun, especially for just like learning. Just learning color mixes and all that. I did it back in the day for my Blood Angels. I followed step by step the painting tutorial that they posted. On YouTube.com. Just splotching some Geen around. Keep your eyes peeled, chat. This is the most weathering I'm ever gonna do. This is the most hand weathering I'm ever gonna do. Is just some oxidized copper bits. Eaten. Yeah, I don't got any big games coming up, so I'm just having fun. I don't have anything to do. I'm an art major. I like just fucking around. What can I say? I'm gonna hit the camera out of anger towards you, towards your comment. Totally why I'm intentionally smacking the camera. Intentionally. Completely intentionally smacking the camera. Speed executioner's chariot as soon as possible. No. I'm gonna nuke the executioner's chariot. 7 new people. Yeah. It's crazy. I don't even think the last painting stream did this well. I guess nobody cares about Age of Sigmar. Nobody cares about lizards. Welcome in. Kai Drag Malcolm. How's your night today been going? It's a pleasure to see you. Let me just slap this Geen on some of these other bits that I want to keep metal. The stream, and I got to split. Take it easy. All right. Have a wonderful rest of your night or day. It was a pleasure to see you. Do not, if you want to see more of this, we will be. I guarantee we'll be back for painting, and once I figure out how to do once I get a better camera going that doesn't autofocus every 10 seconds. We'll be painting the signature Space Marine attack bike and sidecar. The greatest model ever made. But in the meantime, we'll be doing a drawing stream next Wednesday and Dark Souls 2 on Friday. What Legion's this Marine part of? It's a great question. I've been calling them either waterfowls or aquamarines. I just really like blue. I really like blue, and I'm unalleged. Oh, there we go. It focused. It's a, I don't know, it's like a weird mix of Space Wolf colors and Ultramarine colors. Sugma. Get the fuck out of here. I heard good things about Age of Sigmar and Spearhead. Yeah, Spearhead's definitely like a good get into it type of game. I've only played a teeny tiny bit of actually like playing the game. I don't even have a Spearhead. I have a Start Collecting. I had to start collecting with the old, like, janky lizard men models. So angry my wet palette keeps fucking trying before I'm done with what I'm doing. Oh, I didn't even paint the gun yet. Forgot the gun wasn't attached. Welcome in Mati Champions. I was united in going into pleasure to see you. Welcome into deny all the poster blue boys over there. Yeah, I like them. They're fine. I don't hate Ultramarines. All my issues with Ultramarines come from the kind of standard look, which is exactly why we're painting Heresy Marines. exactly why we're painting very blue Heresy Marines. How the fuck did we jump to 12 viewers? How is this the most this is the most I've seen in a long ass time. In terms of new chatters and numbers and all that. Been a minute. Looks like a little Alpha Legion-y. I was originally thinking about doing Alpha Legion and just kind of... Because the goal, it will look better on the... I was planning on getting the Saturnine Praetor with the big shoulder pads and painting some neat stuff with the big open canvases. Night Lords? Nah, I was just kind of homebrewing. Technically. Because I really like the aesthetic of, this has nothing to do with Warhammer. It is part of the story, but I really am into the aesthetic of Fontaine from Genshin Impact. That's the reason I've had Genshin music playing this whole time. So I thought a bunch of water marines with oxidized metal bits would be really fun. To get back into learning 40k proper. And Sheeny. And just like that, we lose all of our viewers. But also technically, I found this really weird like palette sheet of what I imagine was homebrew chapters from back in the day. I thought doing kind of aping the dark blue light blue combo. just completely aping it for my water marines. I think they kind of are doing that. Like the new kit for the Armageddon box has a bunch of like Mark 6 and 5 parts. Like the legs that don't have the knee pads. Water Marines are actually dark Krakens. I'm not a big purple guy though. I'm not a big purple dude. I do like the dark Krakens though. Do think they're fun. You mean you don't like purple? Well, it's like it's not a blue purple. It's like a very it's a very staunch purple. Purple is goated. Yep, I like purple. It's just not. I was feeling blue. Okay, I wasn't feeling purple. Really, what are the? Okay, well, I'm opening Chrome real quick to look up dark krakens because I know nothing about them. It's gonna be some weird because it's black armor with purple arms. Oh, these would have been cool to kit bash with Saurus bits. That's what I'm seeing that's what I'm seeing like on all the results is kit bashing them with Saurus bits. That would have been cool. It's too advanced for me though. It's too advanced. I think it's funny the Water Knights are the successors of the Fire chapter. Let's see. Okay, I can't see the colors. You have a wonderful rest of your night, Ote Goobius. It was a pleasure to see you. Fuck me. Yeah, both these guys though will be on our Blue Sky at some point in the near future. Both these little dudes. It took three sacrifices. It took 3 sacrifice color palettes to get to this, but I'm happy we landed on. I keep forgetting the pause on the feet. Where's my the Fang? Give a nice little courtesy shake. That gives them 6 helmets and greaves and in case some face plates, which Grey Hunters already have with 10. And 3 resources with the collar and did 2 helmets. Yeah, I'd like some variation. I feel like that's the biggest shot in the foot with Primaris, was that there wasn't a lot of variation. Which is why I super liked the Blade Guard. When they did all the Blade Guard stuff, because the Knight helmets were kind of sick. I've always been partial to Beaky. It could be because the name is funny. But it could also be just because, like, come on, it's sick. It's a Plague Doctor-y Knight helmet on a space guy. I think our path is it's caused by color blindness. Same. Is it the fact that the Knights of the Aurora list are at field trim equivalent is clearly green in the official art. You would add some flair to your army though. Oh god, imagine having red-green color blindness and showing up with green blood angels. Actually partially colorblind. Yeah. I have a hard time. If I can properly like adjust stuff, I can get it eventually, but it takes me a minute. To like figure out what I'm using. But I've had too many like slip ups where I'm like, what is that? This isn't for what colors? It's a lot of like weirdly, if you would believe me, I cannot tell dark blues apart for the most part. Like the soul model always ends up looking weird because it always because I can never see it correct. It always kind of looks the same. And then it looks completely different in every like yeah, because I remember I was in a painting course and I just could not fucking tell you that blue or purple every time. I was like, I have no idea what I'm using. Unless it was like a light blue. Like, is this blue or is this purple? I don't know what I'm holding. Then metal turn iron. Okay, in your defense, all those fucking metal colors look the goddamn same. all the steel colors look exactly the same. I swear to God, it is. I swear to God, it is a pacing tactic. Those colors are different. Fucking same. Yeah, Drago Shaman, basically, we were talking about it with Necrons for being like a good introductory to painting faction. That or Custodes. Well, Custodes maybe not, because I swear to God, that color's like $8 anywhere you go. The fucking Retributor armor is so goddamn expensive. I'm glad I got it before they realized that they could make a lot of money on that one specific color. But that was back in the day when I was painting Dark Souls. When that miniature game started coming out. The Ornstein and Smo look great. And I'll never paint gold again. Let's see some of this in the back here. And there's blue-gray shoes. God, I have to fix these fucking... I don't know what happened with these edge highlights. I don't know why they're so thick. I think my white was fucked up. Or whatever glob of white I got was a little fucked up. What white to use? This is just Corax white. So very basic. Very basic. I wish I had matte white like I do matte black. But, I mean, we're here now. So. We're here now, so nothing can be done. I just use my white stuff. Yeah, I had just a regular acrylic white, but the problem is it got too chunky to use like as a regular coat. It did work well for stars though, it worked well for stars on my Saurus. I wish I had one over here. Right before we're on the stream, I'm gonna grab a Saurus. Because I really like how they turned out. One to use for pens. Ooh, do you have an airbrush pen? Or is it like a pen pen? You big Xenothor highlight fan. An adverse reaction to Corax white is evil. He's a krill. Yeah, anything was better than what I was using. Like craft store overpriced ass, like shitball white. It like froze the lid every time you go to open it. Same with that acrylic black I had that was like so matte and so like even prime, even on like such a like dense, even on such a prime model would like just flake off so much. It's so like gray and matty. It works well on like everything else. Like I use those paints for I use them for like cosplay, doing like eyes and stuff on mesh. And they're perfectly fine. Just the second they touch one of these little plastic boys. Google the D&D alignments of Citadel white paints and you understand. Yeah, I am not knowledgeable on the Citadel paint Arc of Evil skill. What's wrong with Korax white? Please tell me. It's chaotic evil. Oh. I wasn't aware there was a white paint meta. You like the nids? Oh boy, do I. It was the last army I collected before I took like a 5-year Warhammer break. Warhammer Brothers is the worst card I've ever seen. Whoops. Yeah, well, white paint already is not great. And it's not like I'm making scars. I use the blackest blue. Oh, that sounds... Imagine doing a Starborn Saurus like that. With the fucking Vanta black. Do you like the Tyranids are goated. My neon pink Tyranids were so... High school me was so proud of the neon pink Swarmlord. It's fucking Technicolor monster. It always looks super pale in person, but the second it hits a camera, it's like the brightest shit you could ever see. Here, where's the Gene Stealer? Here, yeah, this. My old armies from back in examples for my old armies from back in the day. I don't know why my camera's always so fucking high. My camera, my good phone's so fucking high def. You can see the dust particles on from just existence. You would not be able to see any detail of it. Me and my brother respect it. It looks skinned. Yeah, the Gene Stealers were not great for being Technicolor pink and blue. You can see the atoms making up the figure. Yeah, I know, it's so fucking high detail. You can't see any of that in person. Like, every time I take a picture of these guys, you can see every fucking grain of a coverage. I still don't know what I'm going to do for the torso bits on them. Because I think I'm just going to leave it black. Maybe do a little bit of highlights from the belt and shit. But like, it's just because it's not the the lights from this side on this guy. The lights from wherever they're looking. The lights from somewhere. Look, highlights will get on this model. Much like how my digital art turns out. Highlights are somewhere. But he was the first one that I got this palette right with. Because I wanted one with an exposed, like, torso so I could... Yeah, the highlights are there. Highlights showed up today. What can you say for yourself? Here, let's see. Yeah, it may not make any sense where the lighting is. But I swear to you, the lighting will get there. It may vaguely make sense. The highlight is a 9 to 5. I can relate to this highlight. You like my art, you should like and subscribe and all that. Is an old one. Well, I'm in there. I'm looking at my list. Set up. Sure. I also made the model and all that stuff. So there is that too. Ow. Yeah, I became much more of a digital artist than I did a painting artist. But hey, it's good to learn new things. Or relearn the old things. Not show the Grem. Your request to the Grem requests in the stream are out of control. Really, I don't even. I do appreciate the small bit of splat action on the Grem. You put your Grem on the laptop, you can see his pretty face. I do appreciate the legs having splat action. This is where he shall remain. Man, this stream's almost as long as Dark Souls 2. I fucking hate that rat. I'm just gonna fucking lose it. Yeah, let's do the gun since I got it in my hand. The bolter's gonna be a little. I haven't done the bolter yet. Come on, McCrag Blue. Show me what you got. Bolter's what they used to call me. That was my nickname in high school. I was heavy bolt rifle with bayonet. My nickname. Just based on the sheer viewership alone of the stream, this is the one. This is one I'm glad to let run over the time a little bit, because even though it is 1:30 a.m. and I'm barely focused, I'm seeing colors. Or I'm spelling it. Chad, I'm seeing color. Chad, help me. I hope you can see colors. Not great, but I can. Can't see colors very good.
Oh, I touched the McCrag. Oh, I got ultramarines on my hand. Why didn't I just glue this part back on? Why am I doing this? It's just 1:30 a.m. is normal for me. Yeah, I'm usually up till 4 till 5. The problem is streaming for 4 hours is... It's a special kind of taxing, you know? Like, I can do homework all the live long day. Like 5 a.m. yesterday, totally doing some art history work. Don't worry, just because you have a job doesn't mean you can't have a fucked up sleep schedule. Look at me, for instance. Alright, what's a good stopping point, you think, for this? Because we are about to hit 4 hours. And as much as I'd love to finish this on stream, it's not gonna fucking happen. We got further than we did the SARS, at the very least. Mostly because we fucking built the SARS on stream, also. That was a nightmare, because the instructions were stupid. The instructions were lame on that. We're from 3:30 p.m. to midnight, which I'm pretty sure has permanently fucked my sleep schedule. Alright, energy drink of choice. What is it? Come on. Pacific Punch Monster. Alcoholic juice bots have been my favorite. Ah, yeah. I've had a couple of them. I think the last one I had was Bad Apple because it was free during a fall festival. Yeah, juice monsters are pretty hype though. It's a bit too much sugar for me personally, just because I have a... I don't have a thing with sugar, but it upsets my stomach after a little bit. After a teeny bit. Look, I can do one cookie, but you add a second cookie in there, and then I'm fucked for like the whole day. I'm sick the whole day. Love Bad Apple. It's probably my third favorite. I've been running now, knocking on you, circling with nothing but my head. Looking at insanity. Let's see, I'm a big Bang veteran. I had to retire it because I feel like I think I might have had a heart attack by now if I kept drinking it. I was getting super sick from energy drinks, being a fiend for them for a long time. Now I just got like the drink mix liquids. Is water healthier than Bang? Used to drink Vocal Blast? Yep. Alright, we've hit that 4-hour mark. As much as I'd love to keep on going. Chat, my hands are shaking. He's way too sweet for me, so does Rockstar and Rebel. Rebel's fucking gross. I always prefer Monster. Yeah, Monster ain't bad. I used to drink the canned coffee Monsters every once in a while. 3-day in high school. Jesus Christ. That is a lot. That's a lot. Alright.
Yeah, as much as I'd love to finish this guy, it's 4 hours in. Is this gonna coffee? Yeah. See, I'm the weird fuck that orders iced black coffee when given the opportunity. I'm the weird fuck. Yeah, so I'm sure if I was painting for tabletop, we could have got this guy done the stream, but I like taking my time with him. At least this a fun chat and streamer interactive experience. You get it nice. I'll fix it this Pauldron before I post him on social. A lot of chat today. Yeah, today was definitely a hefty one for me streaming. Yeah, I'll make sure you see both of them. Both the legionary and his lieutenant. But for now... Oh, shit, yeah. Hold on, wait. One more thing. One more soul shakily gets up, because... I promise at the end of the stream... we'd show off our little guy. I'd show you my Solace. Or I'm sorry, my lizard men. Because they're not quite Solace yet. The lizard, yes. It's hard to see the pink on the camera. I think it's super... It's because it's focusing on the fucking Grem. Get out of here. Fuck off. Dumbass. Oh my god. Yeah, the Grem is literally focus stealing. But anyway, yeah, I've been adoring getting back into painting, especially relearning with this kit from forever ago, and then now jumping to Space Marines with 40k with some of my IRLs. It's been a great time, and I'm glad all you here could join me today. All of you, Jesus Christ, so many of you. Talk about the old days. But with that, I would like to thank you all for coming. Oh, 4 new subs, yeah, Jesus. Talk about fucking didn't think I was gonna go up this week. Thank you all for coming. It was lovely to see you. Do not forget to like and or subscribe, because if not for the algorithm, certainly for my ego. We'll be back next week for the things I was saying. Maybe another. Maybe not another one of these. We'll definitely do another one eventually. Maybe not next week, though. We'll see. We'll see what comes up. We could have another collab lined up for a weird day. But without further ado, I bid thee adieu. Have a nice night. First try. Now, how am I going to do the fucking bases on these? Ugh. I didn't even do Saurus bases. Because I didn't know what I wanted to do for them.